Take a deep breath, just one, right now, as you settle into the weight of your blankets. Feel the mattress rise to meet you, supporting the parts of you that have spent the entire day holding themselves tight. There is no need to hold anything up here. There is no need to stay upright or alert. The day has folded itself away, and the room is ready to hold you exactly as you are, without any need for explanation or apology. I know how you arrived at this moment. I know the quiet, heavy way you carry your limbs tonight. It is the particular tiredness that comes not just from physical movement, but from the invisible labor of the mind. It is the exhaustion of the person who has spent hours, perhaps even years, carefully editing the self. I am speaking to the one who, throughout the day, has been practicing a subtle, invisible retreating. You know the feeling. It is the way you catch yourself before a sentence is finished, biting back a thought because you aren't sure if it is too loud or too much or too demanding. It is the way you rewrite a text message 3, 4, 5 times, searching for a version of yourself that feels safe, a version that cannot be misread, a version that leaves no room for a cold response or a lingering silence. It is the way you laugh just a little too lightly at a joke that didn't quite land, or the way you say, "It is fine," when your heart is actually pulsing with a quiet, unacknowledged ache. Tonight, we are not here to fix this. We are not here to critique the way you protect yourself. We are not here to tell you that your caution is a mistake or that your sensitivity is a burden. There is no lecture waiting for you in the dark. Instead, I am simply here to sit with you in the middle of that heavy, familiar ache. I am here to acknowledge the person who has learned to brace for impact long before anything has actually fallen. There is a specific kind of grief that belongs to the one who has learned to leave a room emotionally before anyone else has the chance to walk away. It is a quiet, lonely habit of preemptive departure. You move through the world with a subtle internal shrinking, making yourself small enough to slip through the cracks of expectation, hoping that if you are never too visible, you can never be truly seen and then cast aside. You have become a master of the almost. You almost spoke up. You almost reached out. You almost stayed. It is a weary way to live, navigating the world through a lens of anticipation, always looking for the subtle shift in someone's tone, the slight delay in a reply, the tightening of a gaze that might signal a withdrawal. You are constantly scanning the horizon for a rejection that hasn't even arrived yet, preparing your defenses, building your walls, much like a person who prepares for a storm while the sun is still high and warm in the sky. But as you lie here In the stillness of this room, I want you to know that you do not have to be on guard. The night does not require you to be certain. The shadows in the corner of your room do not require you to be impressive. The silence of the house is not a judgment on your worth or your presence. We will spend this time together, moving slowly through the stories of others who have walked these same hallways of hesitation. We will look at the moments where the heart tried to hide, and we will look at the moments where the habit of shrinking began to loosen just a fraction. We will see the beauty in the parts of you that are still brave enough to feel, even when those feelings are heavy with the fear of being too much. There is a quiet wisdom in the stillness we are entering. It is a way of being that does not demand an answer or a performance. It is the practice of simply arriving in your own body without the need to justify your space within it. We are not looking for a sudden transformation or a grand burst of courage. We are simply looking to soften the edges of the brace. We are looking to see if, for just these few hours of sleep, you can allow the muscles of your heart to unclamp, even if only a little. Let the air move in and out of your lungs. Do not try to breathe correctly. Just let the breath happen. Notice the coolness of the air as it enters and the warmth as it leaves. Notice the way your chest rises and falls, a rhythmic, natural movement that requires no effort, no editing, and no permission. The world outside is still turning, preoccupied with its own noise and its own movements. But in here, in this small, sacred space of rest, the only thing that matters is the settling. The only thing that matters is the slow, gradual release of the tension you have been carrying like a shield. You have done enough for today. You have navigated the complexities of being seen and being known, and you have survived the imagined endings of every conversation. Now there is only the weight of the quilt. There is only the steady, rhythmic pulse of your own life. There is only this moment where you are allowed to be exactly as you are, unseen, unedited, and entirely safe. We will move into the stories now, slowly, like a person walking through a garden at dusk, leaving the heavy gates of the day behind us and stepping into the soft, forgiving dark. Story 1. Emma at the bakery. Case: the fear of rejection before love even begins. The heat from the cooling racks was still radiating into the air, a heavy, yeasty warmth that settled over the small bakery like a thick blanket. It was that quiet, transitional hour of the evening when the frantic energy of the afternoon rush has dissolved, leaving behind only the scent of toasted flour, caramelized sugar, and the faint, metallic tang of clean baking sheets. Emma stood by the glass display case, her fingers tracing the crinkled edge of a brown paper pastry bag. The bag felt dry and scratchy against her skin, a small, tactile anchor in the stillness of the room. Behind the counter, David was moving with the slow, methodical rhythm of someone nearing the end of a long shift. There was a comfort in his motions. The way he wiped the marble surface, the way he tucked a stray lock of hair behind his ear. He was a kind man, the sort of person whose presence felt like a steadying hand. For the past few months, their interactions had been composed of the same small, pleasant fragments, a nod of recognition, a brief comment on the weather, the gentle exchange of change. Emma watched him now. He was reaching for a pair of metal tongs, and the sharp, rhythmic click-click of the metal as he tested the tension echoed softly against the tiled walls. The sound was small, but in the near silence of the closing shop, it felt significant, almost startling. She had rehearsed the question a dozen times in the walk from the bus stop. "Would you like to grab a coffee sometime?" It was a simple sentence. It carried no weight of obligation. It was merely an invitation to extend a known warmth into a new space. But as she stood there, the words felt heavy and clumsy in her mind, like stones she was trying to swallow. She looked down at the counter. A fine dusting of granulated sugar had spilled near the edge of the display, a tiny, glittering drift of white against the dark wood. She found herself staring at it, mesmerized by the way the low light caught individual grains. Her mind began to drift, not toward the invitation, but toward the architecture of the no. She remembered a time years ago when she had reached out with a similar, unarmored openness. It hadn't been a grand rejection, nothing cinematic or loud. It had been a series of small, cooling shifts, a text left unread, a laugh that didn't quite reach the eyes, a subtle, polite distancing that had happened in front of others, a quiet withdrawal that left her feeling exposed and strangely foolish. She could still feel the phantom heat of that embarrassment, a prickling sensation at the back of her neck. Now, as she stood in the amber glow of the bakery, the old habit began to tighten its grip. It was a familiar, subtle constriction. It wasn't a sudden panic, but a gradual shrinking. She felt herself pulling her shoulders inward, making her physical presence smaller, as if by reducing her volume, she might become invisible to any potential sting. She thought of what would happen if she asked. What if he smiled, but it was a smile of pity? What if he said he was too busy? And the next time she came in, the air between them felt thick with the awkwardness of a failed attempt. The fear wasn't of the rejection itself, but of the period of mourning that would follow. The way she would spend the next week replaying the moment, dissecting her tone, her timing, her very existence. She watched the window. The evening mist had begun to settle outside, and a thin layer of fog was blooming on the glass, blurring the streetlights into soft amber orbs. The world outside was becoming indistinct, a watercolor painting losing its sharp edges. She felt a strange kinship with the fog, It was a way to obscure, to soften, to hide the details of what was actually there. "Just the cinnamon roll today, Emma?" David asked, his voice breaking the silence. He was looking at her, his eyes kind and expectant. The moment hung in the air, fragile as a spun sugar thread. This was the opening. The door was ajar. "Yes," she said, her voice coming out a fraction too high, a fraction too hurried. "Just the cinnamon roll, and maybe a croissant for tomorrow." She reached into her purse, her movements stiff. As she fished out her wallet, she felt the familiar sensation of retreating. She was already halfway out the door, even as she remained standing at the counter. She was performing the role of the casual customer, the person who is perfectly content with the boundaries that exist, the person who asks for nothing more than what is on the menu. "That's it," she said, sliding the bills across the counter. She watched his hand move to take them, his fingers brushing the paper bag she held. "You're all set," he said, handing her the change. He lingered for a second, his gaze resting on hers. For a heartbeat, she thought he might say something else. She thought he might sense the unasked question hovering in the space between them, but she didn't wait to find out. She couldn't. The air in the bakery had suddenly felt too thin, too charged with the possibility of an ending. "Have a good night, David," she said, her tone practiced and polite. "You too, Emma. See you next time." She turned and walked toward the door. The bell chimed with a lonely, bright note as she pushed through. As she stepped out into the damp evening air, the coolness hit her face, but the heat of the bakery stayed with her, a phantom weight in her chest. She walked down the sidewalk, the rhythm of her footsteps steady and hollow against the pavement. The street was quiet, the dampness of the air making the sounds of the city feel muffled and distant. As she moved away from the light of the bakery, she felt a strange, hollow ache beginning to bloom. It was a grief she knew well. It was the mourning of a connection that had never been allowed to form. It was the quiet, private sorrow of the departure she had staged herself. She had protected herself from a no that hadn't been spoken, but in doing so, she had left herself alone in the dark, carrying the heavy, unshared weight of a ghost. The memory of the sugar on the counter, the click of the tongs, and the warmth of the cooling racks began to fade into the gray twilight, leaving only the sensation of herself shrinking, moving through the night, always one step ahead of the possibility of being seen. Story 2. Marcus at the office draft folder. The quiet pain of never asking for credit. The office is a landscape of blue light and long shadows. After 6 o'clock, the building loses its frantic, caffeinated pulse, leaving behind a heavy stillness that presses against the windows. Marcus sits alone at his desk, the only light coming from the wide, clinical glow of his dual monitors. It is a cold light the kind that drains the warmth from skin and makes even his favorite mug look strange and hollow. On the corner of his desk, a small container of takeout rice sits with the plastic film peeled back. The rice has grown cold and clumped together, a pale, starchy mass reflecting the glare of the screen. He hasn't eaten much. He has spent the last hour staring at a single white rectangular window on his screen, the draft of an email. The cursor blinks. It is a rhythmic, relentless pulse. Blink, blink, blink. A tiny electronic heartbeat. In the draft, the words are carefully arranged. They are professional. They are polite. They are, Marcus realizes with a dull ache, incredibly hollow. He has spent 40 minutes trying to find a way to say, I did the heavy lifting on the quarterly analysis. I stayed late for 3 weeks to make sure the data was right. I would like my contribution to be recognized. But every time he types a version of the truth, his fingers hover, then retreat. He deletes the sentences, he softens the edges, he adds phrases like, I just wanted to clarify, or, if it isn't too much trouble. He is sanding down the sharp corners of his own competence, turning a necessary request into something so small it might as well not exist. He looks down at his keyboard. The gray carpet of the office floor stretches out toward the darkened cubicles, a repetitive, geometric pattern of tight loops and shadows. He remembers a meeting years ago, in a room with floor-to-ceiling windows. He remembers the heat rising in his neck when a former manager stopped mid-sentence to look directly at him. Marcus is being quite difficult today, the man had said, addressing the room rather than Marcus himself. He has a tendency to complicate simple processes. The room had gone quiet. There was no shouting, no drama. There was only the sudden, chilling realization that his presence had been labeled as a problem. He had felt himself shrink in his chair, his spine curving inward as if to occupy less space, to become less noticeable. He had learned then that the price of being easy was the erasure of his own boundaries. Now, in the blue light of the empty office, that old instinct is alive. He is performing a quiet disappearing act, editing his own existence to ensure no one can ever call him difficult again. He moves the mouse, the clicking sound unnaturally loud in the silence. He highlights a paragraph and hits delete. Click. He types a new sentence, one that is even more apologetic than the last. He is building a fortress of politeness, but the walls are made of paper, and they feel like they are closing in. He glances toward the elevators at the end of the corridor. A moment later, the distant metallic chime of an elevator arriving after hours echoes through the vents. It is a lonely sound. It signals the movement of a janitor or a security guard. But to Marcus, it sounds like a summons to leave. He thinks about closing the laptop. He thinks about the relief of walking out into the cool night air, leaving the email in its unfinished, neutered state. If he doesn't send it, there can be no rejection. If he doesn't claim the work, no one can deny him the credit. He can remain safe in the shadows of his own making. He looks back at the cursor, blink, blink. He realizes with a sudden, sharp pang that he is already experiencing the very thing he is trying to avoid. He is experiencing the loss of his own voice. He is feeling the sting of being ignored, even though he is the one doing the ignoring. He is preemptively rejecting himself so that no one else can get the chance to do it first. The blue light casts his shadow long against the office partition. He looks at the cold rice, the unmoving cursor, and the vast, empty pattern of the carpet. The office is silent, save for the low electric hum of the air conditioning. He is sitting in the center of a life he is refusing to inhabit, waiting for a conflict that he has already surrendered to. He rests his hands on the edge of the desk. The plastic is cool and smooth. He stays there, caught in the loop of the blinking light, staring at the words he has refused to say. Story 3. Lily, outside the group. Dinner. The loneliness of feeling unwanted in a room full of people. The rain had turned the city streets into a dark, moving mirror, reflecting the red and amber pulses of passing cars. Lily stood tucked under the heavy navy blue canvas awning of the restaurant, a small, dry island in the middle of a damp evening. The street was alive with the rhythmic sound of traffic spray, the heavy rushing shh as tires rolled through shallow puddles, followed by the momentary lonely silence of a clearing lane. She adjusted the weight of her coat, her fingers brushing against a crumpled paper receipt in her pocket. It was a small, stiff scrap of paper from a coffee shop she had visited earlier, a leftover fragment of a day that had felt strangely hollow. She pulled it out just to touch it, a nervous, meaningless gesture to keep her hands from trembling. In front of her, through the large, floor-to-ceiling windows of the bistro, the world inside was warm, golden, and humming with life. She could see the blurred shapes of people moving around heavy wooden tables, the soft glow of low-hanging pendant lights, and the occasional flash of a white linen napkin being unfolded. It looked like a sanctuary of belonging. But to Lily, looking through the glass felt like looking at a photograph of a life she wasn't allowed to inhabit. She pulled her phone from her pocket, the screen brightness stinging her eyes in the twilight. As the light flared, she saw her own reflection, superimposed over the group chat notification. Her face looked pale, her eyes slightly wide, her expression caught in a moment of hesitation. The blue light of the screen was a cold, sterile thing against the amber warmth of the restaurant's interior. The fear was not a scream. It was a quiet, steady instruction, a whisper in the back of her mind that felt as natural as breathing. "You are already a ghost here," the voice said. "If you walk through those doors, you are only walking into a space where you will eventually be forgotten." She remembered the weight of that feeling from years ago, in the hallways of her college dormitory, during those long, late-night gatherings, where the laughter would sometimes hit a sudden, sharp lull whenever she spoke. It wasn't that anyone had been cruel. It was the subtle, unintentional way the circle would close, just a fraction of an inch, leaving a microscopic gap where she stood. It was the way a conversation would pivot, smoothly and without malice, away from her contribution and back toward the center. She had learned quite efficiently that the safest way to navigate a room was to occupy as little of it as possible. She looked toward the hostess stand, visible just inside the glass. A single, thick pillar candle sat there, its flame dancing steadily inside a glass hurricane lamp. The light it cast was soft and circular, illuminating the polished wood of the stand and the neat rows of menus. It looked so stable, so anchored. Lily felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to turn around, to walk back toward the subway station, to retreat into the anonymity of the rain. She imagined the relief of the decision, the way her muscles would unclench the moment she committed to staying away. If she didn't go in, she couldn't be seen. If she didn't participate, she couldn't be excluded. She could stay in the safety of the periphery where the only disappointment was the one she had orchestrated herself. She began to rehearse the exit. She could just tell herself she forgot something at home. She could pretend she felt a sudden headache. She could become a person who was simply too busy for reunions. She was already halfway through the motion of turning her heel, her body leaning toward the dark street, when she noticed a small detail near the base of the restaurant's door. A single stray petal from a flower arrangement near the entrance had fallen onto the wet pavement. It was small, bruised by the rain, and completely alone. It wasn't being swept away by the wind or crushed by the passing cars. It was simply resting there, exposed to the dampness, entirely present in its own small, fragile state. Lily paused, her breath hitched, a tiny, jagged sound in the humid air. She realized, with a sudden and stinging clarity, that she had been practicing this exact movement for years. She had been arriving at every dinner, every meeting, every gathering already half gone. She had been standing on the edge of her own life, waiting for a permission slip that she was supposed to write for herself. The fear of being unwanted had become a habit of making herself unavailable. She looked back at the window. The hostess was moving, adjusting a glass, her silhouette fluid and easy. The warmth of the room seemed to press against the glass, an invitation she had been trained to decline. The rain continued its steady, rhythmic drumming against the awning. The traffic spray continued its heavy, rushing pulse. The receipt in her pocket felt like a heavy, unnecessary anchor. Lily didn't move toward the door yet, but she didn't turn toward the street either. She simply stood there, under the navy canvas, letting the cold, damp air settle on her skin, allowing herself to exist in the uncomfortable, unedited space between the fear and the entrance. She stayed in the threshold, watching the candle flame, breathing in the scent of wet pavement and wood smoke, waiting to see if she could bear the weight of simply being there. Story 4. Noah in the hardware aisle, a father afraid to reach out and be pushed away. The fluorescent lights of the hardware store did not so much illuminate the aisles as they did press down upon them, casting a flat, clinical glare over the rows of organized necessities. Noah stood in the middle of the aisle, his hand resting heavily on the handle of a shopping cart that had a persistent, rhythmic wobble. Every time the front left wheel caught a microscopic dip in the linoleum, the cart gave a small, shuddering protest, a metallic chatter that seemed to echo too loudly in the quiet of the late evening. He was standing in the lumber and seasonal section, surrounded by the thick, dry scent of cedar and the dusty, sweet aroma of pressure-treated wood. It was a grounded smell, one that usually helped him feel settled, but tonight it felt heavy, like the weight of things waiting to be built or repaired. In his other hand, he held a ring of paint sample cards. He found himself staring at the subtle gradations of a warm, sandy beige, tracing the edge of the paper with his thumb. He wasn't actually thinking about the color of a hallway or a bedroom. He was thinking about a phone call. His daughter, Sarah, had moved 3 states away 2 years ago. Since then, their relationship had not broken, but it had thinned, becoming something translucent and fragile, like old silk. They spoke, but the calls were careful, they were polite, they were much too short. For the last 4 months, the distance had grown by inches rather than miles, a slow retreat into a cautious, polite silence. Noah's thumb pressed harder into the paper card. He knew he could call her. He could dial her number right now, amidst the hum of the refrigerators in the next aisle and the distant, rhythmic buzz of the key-cutting machine at the front of the store. He could tell her he was thinking of her. He could tell her he missed the way she used to argue about movies, or how she used to call him just to complain about a bad day at work. But his hand stayed still. The fear was not a sudden, sharp panic. It was not the loud, crashing fear of a disaster. It was something much more subtle, a quiet, practiced habit of bracing. It was the habit of preparing for a silence that hadn't happened yet. He was already rehearsing the way her voice might sound if he called, not the warmth of her actual voice, but the polite, distracted tone of someone who is too busy to talk. The way she might give a quick, clipped response that signaled she was already looking for an exit from the conversation. He imagined the hesitation in her reply. He imagined the way he would have to carefully curate his words, pruning away any hint of neediness, smoothing out any vulnerability so as not to burden her with his longing. He had become an expert at this, the art of the controlled interaction. He was practicing a way of being that was entirely safe because it was entirely shallow. If he never asked for too much, he could never be told that he was asking for too much. If he kept the distance even, he would never have to feel the sting of her pulling further away. A heavy thud from the end of the aisle startled him. An employee was moving a pallet of mulch. The sound vibrating through the floor and up into the soles of Noah's shoes. He looked down at the shopping cart. The wobble was still there, a tiny, uneven heartbeat in the metal. He thought about the last time he had reached out with genuine, unvarnished warmth. It had been a birthday, a moment where he had let the guard down, sending a long, rambling email about how much proud he was of her. The reply had come 3 days later. It was kind, yes. It was filled with emojis and brief updates about her life. But it was efficient. It was a closed loop. It left no room for him to lean in. And so he had learned. He had learned that the way to preserve the connection was to keep it small, to keep it contained, to inhabit the space that was offered without ever testing the boundaries of the walls. He looked at the paint samples again. The beige was safe. It was a color that didn't demand attention. It didn't clash with anything. It simply existed in the background, unnoticed and unproblematic. It was exactly how he was trying to exist in her life. He felt a strange, hollow ache in his chest, a sensation of being half present, even in his own skin. He was standing in a bright, well-lit store, surrounded by the tools of repair and creation, yet he was engaged in the slow, meticulous work of dismantling his own reach. He was building a fortress out of politeness, a sanctuary where no one could ever reject him because no one was ever truly invited inside. The key cutting machine buzzed again, a sharp, mechanical drone that sliced through the stillness. It was a sound of making something fit, of shaping metal to match a specific predetermined pattern. Noah realized with a sudden and quiet clarity that this was exactly what he was doing to himself. He was filing down his edges, narrowing his scope, ensuring that he would always fit perfectly into the small, manageable slot he had carved out for himself in her life. He placed the paint samples back into their cardboard holder. The movement was precise, almost ceremonial. He straightened the slightly crumpled edges of the cards, making sure they were aligned perfectly. He gripped the handle of the shopping cart, his knuckles turning white against the plastic. He thought about the phone in his pocket, a heavy, silent object. He thought about the possibility of a voice on the other end that might actually listen, and the terrifying, beautiful danger of that possibility. But then he felt the familiar, comforting numbness settle over his shoulders. He felt the familiar, practiced way his breath shortened, as if he were bracing for an impact that was always just around the corner. He decided that he would finish his shopping. He would buy the cedar, the heavy, fragrant wood. He would go home, and he would stay within the boundaries he had set. He pushed the cart forward. The wheel wobbled. The metal clicked against the floor. He moved down the aisle, a man carefully navigating a path of his own making, leaving no trace of himself behind, walking with the quiet, heavy grace of someone who has decided that it is better to be unseen than to be unwanted. The evening light seems to pull these separate moments together, weaving them into a single, quiet thread. There is the soft fog on the bakery window where Emma stood, watching the street lights flicker to life. There is the cold, blue glow of the office monitor over Marcus's desk, and the heavy, rain-dampened weight of the restaurant awning where Lily lingered in the shadows. Even the sharp, fluorescent hum of the hardware aisle above Noah feels part of this same quiet landscape. These are not just different places. They are different rooms in the same house of the mind. If we look closely, we can see a pattern moving through the glass, the screen, and the rain. It is a quiet, rhythmic movement, almost like a shallow breath. It is the way we prepare ourselves for a blow that hasn't landed. We see it in the way Emma tightened her grip on that paper pastry bag, choosing silence to stay safe. We see it in the way Marcus hovered his cursor over the delete key, erasing his own truth to keep the peace. We see it in the way Lily stood just outside the warmth of the dinner, already halfway turned toward the street, and in the way Noah moved through the aisles, choosing the safety of heavy, inanimate objects over the vulnerability of a simple phone call. There is a specific kind of exhaustion that comes from this kind of bracing. It is the fatigue of a heart that is always halfway out the door, always checking the exits, always rehearsing a retreat. We have learned to arrive in rooms already partially gone. We bring a smaller version of ourselves, a version that is edited and sanded down, less likely to cause friction or be turned away. We treat our own presence like a guest who must apologize for taking up space, making sure our voices are never too loud and our needs never too heavy. It is a clever way the mind tries to protect us. It believes that if we leave the conversation first, we cannot be abandoned. It believes that if we shrink, we become invisible to the pain of rejection. This isn't a sudden, dramatic shielding, but a slow, creeping habit of self-erasure. We are building a fortress, one small, polite silence at a time. But as we sit in the quiet of these moments, in the cooling bakery, the darkened office, the rainy street, and the humming aisle, we might begin to notice the cost of this protection. The walls we build to keep the rejection out are the very same walls that keep us from truly arriving. We are safe from the sting of a no, yes, but we are also insulated from the warmth of a yes. We are protected from being misunderstood, but we are also unable to be truly known. We have become masters of the preemptive exit, leaving the center of our own lives before anyone else has the chance to. In our effort to never be cast out, we have effectively cast ourselves out, settling for a quiet, lonely safety instead of the beautiful, terrifying risk of being fully present. Story 5. Hannah at the voicemail screen when friendship starts feeling like an emotional test. The kitchen was held in that particular heavy stillness that only arrives after the sun has long since disappeared and the house has settled into its nightly rhythm. Hannah stood by the counter. Her weight shifted slightly to one side, feeling the sharp, sudden chill of the kitchen tile beneath her bare feet. It was a cold that seemed to travel upward, a thin needle of temperature that reminded her she was alone in the room. In her left hand, she gripped the plastic handle of a heavy laundry basket. The texture of the handle was slightly tacky, a bit worn from years of the same repetitive motion, and it pressed a small, patterned indentation into her palm. The basket was full of warm, slightly damp clothes, towels and cotton shirts that still held the humid heat of the dryer, but as she stood there, the warmth felt distant, as if she were observing it through a thick pane of glass. On the granite countertop, her phone lay face down, yet its presence felt louder than the hum of the refrigerator. She knew what was waiting on that screen. She had already looked. She had already listened. With a slow, hesitant movement, she reached out and picked up the device. The screen glowed, a harsh, artificial blue that cut through the amber shadows of the kitchen. There it was, the waveform of a voicemail. It looked like a tiny, jagged mountain range, a series of blue peaks and valleys, frozen in time. Each spike represented a moment where her friend's voice had risen with warmth, and each dip represented a pause, a breath, a laugh. She pressed play. The sound of Sarah's voice filled the small, silent space between the kettle and the sink. "Hey, hon. Just thinking about you. It's been a little while. No pressure to call back. I just wanted to say I saw that book you mentioned, and it reminded me of that afternoon in the park. Hope you's doing okay. Sending love." The message ended with a soft, rhythmic click, the sound of the connection severing. Hannah didn't move. She watched the blue waveform, waiting for it to fade, but her eyes remained fixed on those digital ridges. The words "no pressure" were there, plain and kind, yet they felt like a weight. To Hannah, No pressure felt like a permission slip to disappear, a quiet way of saying, I have prepared myself for the possibility that you might not want to engage. She began the ritual of the reply. She opened the messaging app, her thumb hovering over the keyboard. Hey Sarah, so good to hear from you. I love that book too. Let's catch up soon. She typed the words, but her eyes narrowed. Was that too brief? Did so good to hear from you sound forced? As if she were performing a polite duty? She deleted the sentence. I've been so busy lately. Things have been a bit hectic. That book is wonderful. I'll call you when things settle down. She stared at this version. It felt defensive. It sounded like an excuse. It sounded like she was building a wall, even as she tried to build a bridge. She could almost feel the ghost of a previous friendship. A different woman years ago, sliding away into the quiet. She remembered the way that friendship had simply cooled, not because of a fight or a loud argument, and not because of any betrayal, but because Hannah had once asked for too much care at a moment when the other person was already strained. She had reached out with a heavy, needy hand, and the response had been a slow, polite withdrawal. The rejection hadn't been a slammed door. It had been a fading light. Now she lived in the shadow of that fading light. She was hyper-aware of the gravity of her own needs, terrified that a single moment of vulnerability, a single misplaced word, would tip the balance and cause the connection to drift away. She looked down at the counter. Beside her phone lay a dish towel, the edge of it slightly damp from a quick wipe of the sink earlier. The dampness left a small, dark ring on the granite, a tiny, evaporating bruise of moisture. She found herself staring at it, mesmerized by its slow disappearance. Tick, tick, tick. The kettle, sitting idle on the stove, began its rhythmic, metallic clicking as the heating element cooled. It was a small, lonely sound, marking the passage of seconds that she was currently wasting on the architecture of a text message. She began to type again, her movements slower now, more cautious. She was trying to find a version of herself that was just right. Not too much, not too little, not too needy, not too cold. She was editing her soul into a digestible, safe format. She was shrinking the edges of her personality so that she would fit perfectly into the narrow space of a polite, uncomplicated interaction. She thought about telling Sarah that she had been feeling a bit lonely, that the quiet of the house had been getting a bit too loud lately. But the thought of that sentence made her chest tighten. If she admitted to the loneliness, she was admitting to the very thing that made her difficult to be around. She would be bringing the weight of her internal weather into Sarah's bright, easy afternoon. So, she deleted the thought. She replaced it with a smiley face. A small, yellow, unblinking mask. She looked at the laundry basket in her hand. The weight of it was pulling at her shoulder, a physical reminder of the mundane tasks that continued even as she sat frozen in this moment of self-censorship. The clothes inside were warm, but they were also heavy, a pile of fabric waiting to be sorted, washed, and folded. There was a certain comfort in the weight, a sense of being grounded. But tonight, the weight felt like an anchor. She looked back at the phone. The blue waveform was still there, a silent, jagged ghost on the screen. She realized with a sudden, sharp pang of clarity that she had already decided how this would go. She had already assumed that if she spoke her truth, the reaction would be one of subtle discomfort. She had already begun the process of leaving the conversation before Sarah had even been given the chance to join it. She was standing in a kitchen of cold tiles and ticking kettles, holding a basket of warm laundry, yet she was already retreating into a fortress of her own making. She was performing an exam of her own character, grading herself on a scale of perceived intrusiveness, and she was consistently failing herself. The damp edge of the dish towel had almost vanished. The ring on the granite was nothing more than a faint, ghostly smudge. Hannah let out a long, slow breath, the kind that fogs the air in a cold room. She didn't send the message. She didn't reply at all. Instead, she set the phone face down once more, gripped the laundry basket handle a little tighter, and began to walk toward the stairs, leaving the blue mountains of the voicemail to wait in the dark, untouched and unvisited. Story 6. Daniel at the community choir room. The old humiliation that still makes him hold back. The air in the community rehearsal room always smelled of old paper and the faint, medicinal scent of floor wax. It was a heavy, still kind of air, the sort that seems to hold on to every note ever sung within those four walls. Daniel sat near the back, perched on a folding chair that gave a sharp, protesting scrape against the linoleum as he shifted his weight. He tried to settle, to become part of the furniture, to blend into the shadows cast by the overhead fluorescent panels. The lights hummed with a low, persistent vibration, a steady drone that sat right at the edge of hearing, making the silences between breaths feel even more hollow. In his hands, Daniel held a folder of sheet music. He traced the edge of a page, feeling the slight rhythmic curl of the corner where the paper had been turned too many times. The paper was thin, almost translucent under the harsh light, and it felt brittle, much like the way his chest felt when the rehearsal began. He looked down at the black notes crowded onto the staff. They were instructions for something beautiful, something expansive, yet to him they felt like a set of rules to be navigated without making a sound. At the front of the room sat the upright piano. The dark wood of its casing was coated in an aged varnish that caught the light in dull amber patches. It looked sturdy, an anchor in the middle of the room. Daniel watched the conductor tap a baton against the music stand. A small, percussive sound that signaled the beginning. As the first chords drifted from the piano, the notes hung in the dust-mote air, warm and resonant. But as the melody climbed, Daniel felt that familiar tightening in his throat. It was a dry, scratchy sensation, as if the air had turned to fine sand. He swallowed, but the dryness remained, a physical barrier between his breath and the song. He could feel the eyes of the other singers, even though most were looking at their own scores. In his mind, he wasn't looking for a critique of his pitch. He was looking for the subtle signs of judgment. He was waiting for the moment the air would shift, for a stifled laugh or a sidelong glance to signal that he had overstepped. The memory arrived not as a sudden thought, but as a physical sensation, a sudden coldness in his chest. He was 15 again, standing on a stage in a school auditorium. The lights had been even harsher then, blinding and white. He remembered the way his heart had hammered against his ribs, a frantic bird in a cage. He had chosen a piece that required a certain swell of emotion, a moment where he had to let his voice break slightly to convey longing. For one fleeting second, he had felt seen. And then, the sound. It wasn't a roar of laughter, but something much worse. It was the rhythmic, stifled snicker from the third row. It was the way a group of boys in the back had leaned into each other, their shoulders shaking, their eyes bright with a shared, cruel understanding. In that moment, the vulnerability he had offered was treated as a mistake. He had learned with the searing clarity of a teenager that to be seen is to be at risk. Now, decades later, in a room filled with people who had never known him as a boy, the pattern remained. He was an expert at the art of the partial note. He would sing the melody, but he would clip the vowels. He would participate in the harmony, but he would keep his volume tucked just beneath the threshold of the others. He was a ghost in the choir, a presence felt only by the absence of his true sound. He watched the conductor's hands move through the air, shaping the music into something lush and sweeping. The music demanded more than he was willing to give. It asked for a release of the diaphragm, a willingness to let the sound vibrate in the space between himself and the person in the next chair. But Daniel stayed within the safety of the margins. His shoulders pulled slightly inward as if bracing for a blow that was always about to land. His throat felt parched, the dust from the old room settling on his tongue. He took a small sip of water, the liquid cool and indifferent. As he drank, he looked at the piano again. He wondered if the wood felt the weight of all the songs played upon it, or if it simply existed, absorbing the vibrations without judgment. He looked at the sheet music in his lap, the curled corner pressing into his thumb. He realized with a quiet, aching clarity that he was not protecting himself from the room. He was protecting himself from the version of himself that still lived in that school auditorium. He was holding his breath to avoid the possibility of needing to exhale. The rehearsal continued, the voices rising and falling in a choreographed wave. Daniel moved with them, a shadow among the light. But then as the music reached a soft, sustained chord, something shifted. He didn't become fearless, but he stopped clipping the sound. He let a single, full note leave his lungs, a note that was slightly too loud, slightly too exposed. He felt the momentary panic, the instinct to shrink back, but the room did not react. The piano continued its resonance, the other voices flowed around him undisturbed. The world did not break. He remained, breathing, still present in the music. Story 7. Claire on the guest room floor, the fear of talking too much and becoming unwelcome. The air in the guest room was heavy, held still by the quiet of a house that had long since gone to sleep. Claire lay on the floor, her back pressed against the cool hardwood far beneath the reach of the heavy, borrowed quilt that lay forgotten on the bed above her. There was a specific, hollow kind of quiet in her sister's house, a silence that didn't just sit in the corners, but seemed to lean inward, waiting for a sound to break it. From the hallway, a small, amber glow seeped underneath the door, the light from the nightlight her sister always kept on. It was a thin sliver of light that served only to mark the edge of the darkness, defining the boundary between the hallway and the stillness of the room. Claire watched that sliver, her eyes tracing the way dust motes drifted through the stagnant air. Her mind, however, was back in the kitchen 2 hours ago. She could still feel the phantom weight of her own voice, thick and clumsy, as it had filled the space between them. She replayed the way she had leaned too far forward over the wooden table, and the way she had jumped into a natural pause in the conversation with a story about her work, a story that had gone on a few minutes too long, punctuated by nervous, unnecessary laughter. She remembered how her sister Sarah had simply leaned back, her hand resting idly on her mug, her expression unreadable in the soft kitchen light. To anyone else, Sarah's silence would have been simple exhaustion or the comfortable lull of a long evening. But to Claire, that silence felt like a closing door. She felt the urge to apologize to the empty room, to go into the hallway and softly say, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be so much." But she stayed still on the floor, caught in the familiar, exhausting rhythm of the post-visit audit. This was the part of the night where she sat in the wreckage of her own words, sifting through them like someone searching for a mistake that might have already been made. She was convinced that with every sentence, she had chipped away at her welcome, making herself slightly more difficult or slightly more burdensome to host. Beside her, the suitcase she had brought sat partially unzipped. The jagged metal teeth of the zipper caught the faint light, looking like a broken line in the dark. She had laid it out carelessly, a small symbol of her temporary, transient state. Even here in the home of her own family, She felt like a guest who had stayed far past the expiration of her invitation. She felt as though she had arrived with too much luggage, too much noise, and too much need. A soft, rhythmic sound rose from the corner of the room. The heating vents whisper. It was a dry, metallic sigh. The sound of the house breathing, moving warmth from one hidden chamber to another. The sound was steady, but it only served to highlight the instability of her own thoughts. Each hiss of the vent felt like a reminder of the space she had taken up in the kitchen, the space she had crowded with her own frantic energy. On the bedside table, just above where she lay, a single ring of moisture from a water glass remained on the wood. It was a pale, translucent circle, a ghost of a drink long finished. Claire stared at it in the dimness. It was such a small, mundane thing, yet in the theater of her anxiety, it felt like evidence of her carelessness. She had left it there. She had been a disruption. She tried to shift her weight, but her body felt heavy, anchored to the floor by the density of her self-consciousness. The floor was cool against her shoulder, a stark reality that contrasted with the swirling heat of her thoughts. She thought about the way she had asked Sarah about the renovation and how she had immediately followed it with a comment about her own plumbing issues, realizing too late that she had turned a moment of shared interest into a moment of self-centeredness. The fear was not a sudden scream. It was a slow, creeping frost. It was the way she had already begun to prepare her exit, even though she wasn't scheduled to leave for another 2 days. In her mind, she was already packing. She was already withdrawing, pulling herself into a tight, armored shell, deciding that it would be safer to be silent and small so that no one could ever find a reason to ask her to leave. She had practiced this retreat 1,000 times. It was a habit of the heart. The art of preemptively withdrawing so that the sting of being pushed away could never quite land. If she could just inhabit the periphery of the conversation, she would be safe. But the cost was this: the quiet, midnight loneliness of being present in body, but entirely absent in spirit. The vent whispered again, a long, dragging sound of moving air. Claire closed her eyes, but the image of the water ring and the unzipped suitcase remained. She lay there, a person caught in the act of disappearing, waiting for a permission to stay that she was too afraid to ask for, bracing herself for a rejection that had already, in her own mind, taken place. Story 8. Brother Thomas in the monastery garden, learning not to apologize for taking up space. The evening air in the monastery garden always held a specific, heavy sweetness, the scent of damp earth and crushed basil that settled into the lungs like a soft weight. Brother Thomas walked the narrow stone path, his eyes focused on the ground a few inches ahead of his sandals. He liked the rhythmic scrape of his soles against the gravel. It usually grounded him, But tonight, his mind was busy weaving small, unnecessary apologies into the day like a fine, invisible web. He had apologized to the kitchen monk for the way he held the tea tray. He had apologized to the gardener for the slight delay in clearing the fallen pine needles. He had even apologized to the empty air when he tripped slightly on a protruding root. It wasn't a loud or dramatic habit. There was no shame in his voice, no trembling in his hands. It was simply a way of preemptively bowing, a way of shrinking his presence before anyone could find a reason to find it lacking. He was practicing a sort of quiet, polite disappearance. The monastery was settling into its nightly rhythm. The distant, low resonance of the prayer bell was fading into the trees, leaving behind a silence that felt thick and velvety. As Thomas approached the stone basin near the meditation hall, he saw Brother Silas sitting by the water. Silas was much older, his skin etched with the deep, wandering lines of a life spent in contemplation, slowly raking the fine sand of the small Zen garden. Thomas stopped. He felt the familiar urge to say something, and immediately his internal editor began its work. He wanted to ask if Silas needed help with the heavy rake, but he began to craft the request in his mind, smoothing out the edges so as not to be a burden. "I am sorry to disturb your peace, but I was wondering if you might need assistance." "No, too formal." "Forgive me, but can I help?" Still too heavy. He practiced the apology in the silence of his own head, preparing for the possibility that Silas might find the interruption unwelcome. He took a step closer, his heart doing that small, familiar tightening, the bracing. "The basil is particularly strong tonight," Thomas said, his voice barely a murmur. "I am sorry if the scent is too much in this corner." Silas did not look up immediately. He continued to pull the bamboo rake through the sand, the teeth of the tool making a rhythmic, dragging sound that pulsed in time with the evening stillness. A small cloud of dust rose from the dry earth, dancing momentarily in the low light before settling. "The basil is simply being basil, Thomas," Silas said, his voice raspy but warm. He set the rake down against the edge of the stone path. "It does not ask permission to bloom." Thomas felt a small, sharp pang of embarrassment, though there was no one there to witness it but the trees. "I only meant I did not wish to intrude on the quiet." Silas finally looked up. His eyes were dark and steady, reflecting the dim light of the rising moon. He gestured toward the stone basin where a single, slow ripple was expanding across the surface of the water, disturbed by a falling leaf. "You are apologizing for the space you occupy. You are apologizing for the air you breathe into this garden." Thomas looked down at his hands, resting at his sides. "It is just a habit, brother. I do not wish to be a weight upon others." "A weight?" Silas asked. He leaned back, his weathered hands resting on his knees. "To be a weight, one must be solid. You are not being a weight, Thomas. You are becoming a ghost. You are trying to become so light, so unobtrusive, that you might slip through the cracks of the world without ever being felt. But in doing so, you are not actually here. You are only the shadow of a person waiting for a rejection that hasn't even happened. Thomas stayed silent. He watched the ripple in the basin. It was a tiny concentric circle, moving outward, touching the mossy edge of the stone, then vanishing into the stillness. "Tell me," Silas continued, his voice dropping to a low, steady hum, "when you apologize before you have even asked, what are you protecting?" "I am protecting the peace," Thomas said, though the words felt hollow. "No," Silas said softly. "You are protecting an old story. You are clinging to the version of yourself that was once told they were too much. You are holding on to the memory of a closed door, and you are building a wall around yourself to ensure you never have to knock on one again. You think that by leaving the room mentally before anyone can ask you to go, you are winning, but you are only ensuring your own loneliness." The words did not strike like a blow. They settled like the sandalwood dust on the path. Thomas felt the familiar instinct to apologize for his lack of understanding, to retreat into a polite, hollow agreement. But he caught himself. He felt the weight of his own feet on the gravel, the coolness of the night air on his neck, and the scent of the basil, unasking and unashamed. "The apology is a way of staying in the past," Silas said, picking up the bamboo rake once more. "It is a way of saying, I know I am not wanted, so let us agree on it now. It is a subtle form of pride, Thomas. It is the pride of believing your presence is something that must be negotiated." Silas began to rake again, the teeth of the bamboo dragging through the sand with a purposeful, grounding friction. Thomas stood by the basin. He did not speak. He did not offer a way to bridge the silence with a polite, empty phrase. He simply stood in the garden, feeling the dampness of the earth, the weight of his own body, and the vast, unblinking presence of the night. He felt the urge to shrink, to pull his shoulders inward, to make himself easy to overlook, but instead he took a breath. A real deep breath that expanded his chest. He allowed himself to be a heavy, solid thing, simply occupying the space that the earth had provided for him. For the first time in a long while, he did not wait for permission to exist. Listen to these moments, gathering together in the quiet. Let them drift toward you, like shadows settling in a room. There is the steady, metallic tick of the kettle in the kitchen, marking the seconds as the water warms. There is the low, electric hum of the lights in the empty rehearsal room staying behind even after the music has stopped. There is the heavy, still air of the guest room, thick with unspoken thoughts. And there is the cool, moving breath of the monastery garden, the scent of damp basil and stone settling into the night. All these moments share a quiet, familiar pulse. They are all places where someone stood on the edge of a doorway, or a breath, or a word, and decided to pull back. It is a silent, private retreat. We often tell ourselves that this retreat is a kind of strength. We call it being careful or being wise. We tell ourselves that by smoothing out our edges and preparing for the blow before it lands, we are protecting what matters. We call it being easy to be around, or being professional, or being humble. But there is a difference between the humility that accepts the world as it is and the disappearance that hides from it. True humility is simply a soft, open space. It is the ability to stand in a room or a conversation and acknowledge that we cannot control how others see us. It is the quiet dignity of being present, even when we are unsure. It doesn't require us to vanish. It doesn't require us to edit our voices until they are nothing but a whisper. The disappearance we are feeling tonight is different. It is a hardening. It is the way the heart builds a small, invisible wall, brick by brick, every time we leave a room emotionally before anyone else can leave us. It is the way we practice being halfway gone so that if rejection comes, we can say, I was already leaving anyway. This habit of making ourselves smaller is a lonely way to live. It is a way of retreating into a ghost version of ourselves, a version that is safe because it isn't really there. We avoid the sting of a no, but we also miss the warmth of a yes. We avoid the embarrassment of a mistake, but we lose the life of the attempt. We are trying to live a life where nothing can touch us, but in doing so, we find that nothing can reach us either. The path does not ask you to become fearless. It does not ask you to run into the world expecting every hand to catch yours. That would be another kind of illusion. Openness does not guarantee that you will be chosen. It does not promise that the email will be answered or that the invitation will come. The world remains unpredictable, and the sting of being overlooked is a real heavy part of being human. But there is a truth that settles in the stillness. While openness does not guarantee being chosen, hiding guarantees distance from your own life. When we hide, we aren't actually safe. We are simply absent. We are watching our own lives happen through a window, too afraid to step into the light. To hide is to deny yourself the texture of being alive, the friction, the warmth, and the unexpected beauty of being seen. Tonight, let us just sit with this. Let us acknowledge the instinct to shrink without judging it. Let us see the fear not as an enemy, but as a tired part of us that has been trying to protect us for a very long time. And let us begin very slowly to consider what it might feel like to simply stay. To stay in the room, to stay in the conversation, to stay in your own skin. The room is still now. The world outside your window has settled into its own rhythmic breathing, and the house has grown quiet, leaving only the soft, steady hum of your own existence. You are back here in the warmth of your covers, in the sanctuary of this bed. Just notice the weight of your body against the mattress. Feel the way the sheets settle over your skin, a gentle, unthinking embrace. There is no need to hold yourself up tonight. There is no need to brace. For so many hours today, and perhaps for many days before this, your mind has been working a quiet, exhausting shift. It has been a vigilant guard, standing watch, scanning the horizon for the slightest hint of a change. It has been rehearsing the scripts of tomorrow, editing the sentences of yesterday, and checking the exits, just in case. It has been preparing armor before a blow is even struck. Let that guard rest now. You can tell that part of yourself that stays on high alert that the perimeter is safe. The night is here, and the night asks nothing of you. It does enough by simply being. As you lie here, notice if your mind begins to wander back to those tiny, polished revisions. Notice if you find yourself replaying a conversation, looking for the moment where you might have been too much. If those thoughts arrive, do not fight them. Do not judge yourself for having them. Simply acknowledge them like a passing cloud in a dark sky, and then bring your attention back to the simple reality of your breathing. The breath is an honest thing. It does not over-edit itself. It does not hold its shape to please the air around it. It moves in and it moves out exactly as it needs to. Bring your awareness to your jaw. Often when we are bracing, we carry a tiny, hidden tension in the hinge of our mouths, as if we are preparing to swallow a word or hold back a grievance. Let the muscles beneath your cheeks soften, let your teeth unseal. Allow your jaw to drop just a fraction, letting that tension drain out of your face and into the pillow. Now move your attention to your shoulders. Notice if they are pulled slightly upward or inward, that old instinct to shrink, to take up less space. Feel the weight of your shoulders sinking deeper into the bed. Imagine them widening, spreading out, claiming their rightful place in this space. You are allowed to occupy this bed. You are allowed to occupy this room. As your shoulders settle, feel the release traveling down your arms. Let your hands unclench. If your fingers are curled, even slightly, let them go limp. Let them rest heavily on the blankets. There is no need to hold anything tightly right now. There is nothing you need to grasp and nothing you need to push away. The fear of being rejected often teaches us to leave the room before we are ever asked to go. It teaches us to become ghosts in our own lives, hovering on the edge of connection, never quite committing to the warmth because we are afraid of the cold. But tonight, you are simply practicing the art of staying. You are staying in this moment. You are staying in this body. You do not need to earn your place in this stillness. You do not need to perform a version of yourself that is beyond reproach to deserve this rest. The darkness is not a judgment. It is a blanket. The silence is not an absence. It is a presence. Let the heavy, comforting rhythm of your heart remind you that you have already arrived. You are here. You are breathing. You are safe to be exactly as you are. As sleep begins to pull at the edges of your consciousness, let go of the need to prepare for tomorrow. Tomorrow will come with its own light, but you do not need to solve it tonight. You do not need to rehearse your defenses. All you need to do is remain. Stay in the softness. Stay in the quiet. Stay in the breath. Let the blankets hold you. Let the stillness cradle you. Sleep now.